Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Buckle Up. It's the Law with attorney Larry Forman. Folks, today we're going to be doing something very, very special, something that you have not seen on my channel for a very long time. I am going to go back to the biggest villain from trial number 1. Former, disgraced, disassembled, disbarred, yes, I know he's not a lawyer, but whatever, Trooper Michael Proctor. Former trooper with the Massachusetts State Police, the lead investigator. They were trying to jump around and dance around the concept of, is he a trooper? Is he not? Is it not a lead investigator? Is it? Nobody cares. You're the lead investigator in the Karen Reed case. End of story, period, the end. He's the villain, folks. He is a deep, dark man who has absolutely no care about Karen Reed. The words that he used, the things that he said about her were just absolutely disgusting. He testified in trial number 1, which is what I'm about to show you, and he was mentioned like a million times in trial number 2, but he never testified. Well, I am going to give you guys the opportunity to see his testimony from trial number 1 right here on my channel. Instead of breaking it up into pieces, it's going to be one big, long piece, and I hope you enjoy it. Oh, and before I forget, if you have not checked out our members-only content, go check it out. Membership started at 99 cents for an intern, and so you can check out all of the content that we have under the paywall, and most of it is going to be Diddy at this juncture.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kaczkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again?
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
Okay, so we set the stage. He is in his office. He is going through Karen Reed's phone. He is communicating with a bunch of other police officers, and some of them are his supervisors. What are we about to hear?
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Miss Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph
What?
of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wow, this guy is a class act. We're starting out with a zinger.
Your Honor, I
He
think the
wrote
court
that?
has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
This mother. Who says that?
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
What?
All right, I'll see you upside down.
An objection to his text messages? Wow, Adam Lally must really not like something about this. I wonder what that might be. We already know. Those of you who have seen it, those of you who have not, oh, you're in for a treat. These are the private text messages between Trooper Michael Proctor and his superiors that he never thought the world is gonna see ever. Ever. That's why it's so juicy. Because he thought it was always going to be private. He never thought this stuff was going to leak. He thought he was completely impenetrable.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of a technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from of Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
What
I hate
was
that
it?
man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man, huh?
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Look
Yes,
at
after
Yannetti.
the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed again, unprofessional language.
Explanation. I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you got an explanation. Who was it that you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
It's fact.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, I disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
It's true. It's a good...
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't care for him, no.
Right. I'll let it stand.
They're having a little exchange, Karen and Yannetti over there.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night,
the news.
August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As
sir.
a matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
Well,
Allow
it's a
it.
fact. That's it. It's in the record.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Oh
Correct.
my god.
You said that to your bosses.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
This guy makes me cringe.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Yes, correct. He
You
just
ever
admitted
look
it.
for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos in anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I
correct?
said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
It's a
You can
valid
get
question.
part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow
That's a
that. Do you
fair
believe
question.
that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place
Whatsoever.
in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that
But
as
it's
asked. Go
true.
ahead and ask it differently, Mr.
But it's
Jackson.
true.
You weren't so much
The
as
jury heard it.
objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Oh.
Objection.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
allow that.
Isn't that right?
Were you objectifying
Rephrase
her?
the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out, but from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again.
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a very good question. Oh, this guy's getting creamed.
To
I
be
love
clear,
it.
when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
That's a valid question.
That's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
Seriously?
We do not.
Okay, so...
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
Yep. Never
As a matter of
reprimanded.
fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
2685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
Going through his retired client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
There you go.
These people.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, he encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? You're a Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton district clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Truth.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in the Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Right.
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
And literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and
That's right.
impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
And now you're breaking it.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, that's what?
In other
Why?
words, Mr. Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Oh, more private
Trooper
stuff.
Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become
Would
public.
ever
did you?
see the light of day.
No, I do not.
Yep.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right.
Oh, this is going to be good.
of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m.,
On the day
correct?
of the murder.
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529,
Wow.
you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies, that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
High school
Correct.
buddies.
And you
High
knew at
school
that time-
buddies.
You knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop. Correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit. Correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, I maybe.
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner was a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
Oh.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's
Well,
not
he
going to
wants to
receive
object.
any shit, sir, because he had Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this
Oh, look at Karen.
16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Oh my God.
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
That's what it
At
sounds like, though.
10:57, Bird
Occam's
goes on to
razor.
write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is
Nope.
before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the 1 shoot discovered at the scene, the 1 shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we were still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially,
What?
we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
There we go. That's it. That's all he wanted him to admit. Your initial thought was that he was beat up. After you saw the body at the hospital, your first thought was, man, this dude got the shit beat out of him. That is huge. Huge for the defense.
So what you just said, initially we didn't know what we had. That wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true, though.
You were aware
Woo. Coming out swinging, Jackson.
that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes,
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
correct.
Back of his head with a skull fracture. I don't know if this is the first time in the trial, by the way, that we finally hear those words, other than maybe from like one of the doctors from Good Samaritan that have testified previously before this guy did. But I'm pretty sure, I mean, think about the angle that his head would have to be in order to suffer. I mean, it's just, I can't even try to justify. He would have to be like bending down at an angle, John O'Keefe that is, to suffer a blow in that, like, how do you, skull fracture. He got the snot beat out of him, and they're protecting the cops at the house. There is no other possible theory. It doesn't exist. And to those of you who may be wondering, well, Larry, there are so many players involved. You have the entire family of the Alberts, the entire family of the McCabe's. You have Brian Higgins and Carrie Roberts and Julie Roberts and what's his face and what's his name and this guy and that one and this one and that one. How is it even possible that they're all of them coordinating, orchestrating this as laying it on Karen Reed? Wouldn't some of them break by now? Wouldn't some of them crack, come forward, flip, change their testimony? How do you explain that, DUI guy? That makes no sense. You have at least 20 major players, and they're all in cahoots with one another? I mean, come on, Larry, you're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist. Let me tell you something. Remember a few videos ago in the Jennifer McCabe, I told you that sangre, blood, to protect your own. Because you gotta remember, it's not one person just ended up offing John O'Keefe. It was a scuffle. It was a fight. There were multiple parties involved, and multiple parties had to have committed the actual atrocity. So let's say like maybe 2 or 3. One holding him, the other punching him in the back or whatever, beating him with an object, and somebody threw a glass at him, I think, to his face. So there was a lot of distractions happening, a lot of things going on. Maybe John O'Keefe was in the way of something. This was maybe a planned and coordinated attack. And later blaming it on Karen Reed, of course. Maybe Karen Reed was supposed to be in the house with him. Maybe they were going to off them both. And then there would be nobody to investigate, you know? I don't know. It's very, very hard to say what their actual plan was. Because if you remember, Jennifer McCabe testified, you are coming with me to Karen Reed. Like, you are coming to the house with me. I need you in the house. And then when Karen was like, no, I'm not going in the house. Then she was like, oh, well, I guess that plan has been foiled. Well, maybe we'll use you as cannon fodder. We'll use you as the alleged perpetrator of the crime. We'll find a way. But now you have all these people, every single one of these people who has testified so far is now, in some way, shape, or form, has their testimony locked in and is going to be implicated as, at the very least, as an accessory after the fact. Every single one of these people can be charged now, whereas before, maybe it was like 3 or 4 or 5. The actual murderer or murderers, the ones who carried the body outside, and the ones who tried to like cover it up, right? Maybe 5, 6, 7 people at most. Now it involves at least 40 people. Maybe a little bit less, maybe about 30, 35 people. And like Julie Nagel, for instance, like I don't think, is it her or there was one, I can't think of, the blonde. I mean, she seemed so terrified. They had to pump her full of so many drugs to come into the courtroom and testify. Like she seemed completely zonked out, the poor woman. It wasn't Julie Nagel, it was another one. I can't remember her name right now. Chat, you probably can mention her name in the comments for the people to find it later when this video actually premieres. But it's like, Larry, come on, man. There's no way that they're all involved in this cover-up. I'm here to tell you that yes, they are. And yes, it is. Very, very possible. It's actually very, very easy. Once you're in too deep, you just try the best you can and you hope that whatever you buried will never become uncovered. And unfortunately for them, the truth always comes to light. And the truth is coming out to light in this case, and the jury, once they acquit, which I'm very certain that they will, once they acquit Karen Reed, hopefully the federal government is going to continue the investigation that they started, and they're going to target the key players, which are Trooper Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, also known as Yuri Bukaki, Brian Albert, who was the owner of 34 Fairview, and Jennifer McCabe. Those are basically the four main players, as we have learned over time. Now there's some side players like Colin Albert and Brian Higgins and Julie Nagel, Allie McCabe. All of them are side players in this grand scheme of capitulating or implicating, I guess I should say, Karen Reed in her accusations of murder that she did not commit. And Alan Jackson is doing a fine job in showing it to the jury. Let's keep watching.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, it's a valid question. The jury heard it. He looks so guilty. Look at him. He looks like a little lost puppy. Oh my god. He's just like... I'm not answering that. Do I have to answer that? No? Okay.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who was hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
Oh, wow. Wow, what a long pause. Oh my god. He's trying to come up with an answer. He was stumped by that one. He wasn't ready for that question. Huh. Oh, I can't wait to hear what comes out of that mouth.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
Enough to
60
knock
plus.
a person out of his shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by...
Oh, it was such a light strike. She just tapped him and he passed out and then died in the cold after Jennifer Googles how long to die in the cold. What? Is this guy serious?
Mr. Lally, you've seen
He doesn't believe his own testimony.
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high-speed, extremely high-speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Yes or
Have
no?
you seen that?
I can't recall.
Yeah, because you haven't. You lying scumbag.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh Jesus, and Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Wow. What? That's another he knows they would never be able to prove that she hit him based on what that Jackson just got him to admit. No broken bones, no bruises, no nothing below the neck. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. He says that to his buddies hours after the death occurs, hours after his investigation is underway. It's not even concluded yet, because they conducted interviews on the 30th, the 31st, the 1st. We know this from the previous series, if you've not seen it. The Jennifer McCabe gets obliterated, destroyed, eviscerated, evaporated, all of the above. I created like 11 of them. There's 11 episodes. They should have all premiered by now. Go check it out. They're in the playlist. They're awesome. They're so good. And I know it's my work. Hey, I'm biased. Hey, come on. Give me some credit here, huh? Come on. Let's keep watching.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
We just said that.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed, and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, got him! That is exactly what you wanted. You knew that you would never be able to prove that, but you were going to pursue it anyway. And that's exactly what they did, because here we frickin' are. This is day 23 of the trial, and we are, as of the recording of this video, what? Day 27, I think, is Monday? If I'm not mistaken, I could be off by a little. We're almost, and that's not a month, folks. Jury selection started, you ready for this? Jury selection on this case started April 16th. We haven't even counted. This is basically tax day. The day after tax day is when this jury selection on this case started. We started counting days like day 1, day 2, day 3 with trial, actual like testimony. But the trial itself, before witnesses, started April. We are now on month 3. We just started. We are almost halfway through month 3 of this trial, folks. Talk about a waste of taxpayer dollars. What a joke. Just to protect certain individuals in the McCabe and Albert families. Despicable. Absolutely despicable.
What do you mean by that? Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, You see a text that starts nah, cat.
Does this guy have a problem with reading comprehension?
I do, sir, yes.
There you go.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?"
Yes.
And Bird writes, "something stinks," correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, "yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl." Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, "yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry," correct?
No.
You didn't write, "yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us." You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, "yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions." You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, "yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl." Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going
true.
to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
Pay attention to how Jackson doesn't care. Just like he did with Jennifer McCabe, Jackson doesn't care about Trooper Proctor's answer. When he says, "no, absolutely not. No, I didn't," he doesn't grill him because he knows there's no point in going down that path. He's just going to deny. The point of cross-examination is you are testifying. No matter how many times the judge says, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what the lawyers are saying is not evidence, and you are to disregard all the side Mr. Jackson, can you please stop with the side comments there, sir?" Those side comments are literally what make a great lawyer, because he is planting exactly what he needs into the juror's mind so they hear the reality, what really happened in this case, not what the prosecution is trying to paint in this perfect, beautiful little bubble of murder mystery. The reality is this case is corrupt, is laden with corruption, is rotten to the core, is protecting a lot of individuals, and Jackson has a job to do. He needs to convey that to the jurors, and the only way to do that is by talking to them. And since he can't really talk to them until closing directly, what he's doing is he's making these side comments. Now, to the untrained eye, they may seem confusing and improper, but this is brilliant defense lawyer work right here. This is exactly how a cross-examination should be done. Of an uncooperative witness, of course.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple.
Who is so deeply entrenched, mind you, who is so deeply entrenched in the corruption and the cover-up of the murder of a Boston cop in Canton.
Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that
Oh, now he's quoting Jackson back to him.
day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involved cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
We'll see. Let's keep going, shall we? I mean, that is just so good. Look at Karen's reaction. I wanna go back a few seconds. Watch this again. Watch her face when he says that. Watch it.
Matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
Oh, the smile on her face is just like, we'll see.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be.
This is epic.
I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears.
That would be like objection asking for speculation, I suppose, but it's just so good. I can't even pay attention to the objections anymore. I am so captivated by this testimony and by these questions because they're so good. They're so poignant.
And he writes, she hot at least,
Oh, God.
correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
No. No more, please.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
All accounts. Did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had. I'm sorry, go
Did
ahead.
he say
go
discovered?
ahead.
I'm sorry. Did he say discovered pieces at the scene or scattered pieces at the scene? Was that an accidental Freudian slip? Hold on. I want to hear that again. What do you guys hear?
At the scene. Those are the accounts we had. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
And how he just freely admits it.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
The way she talks.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then.
These guys are all like peas in a pod. They found each other, they protect each other, they just find all this locker room talk fascinating. You're talking about a man's life here. You're talking about a man who lost his life in a physical altercation with a Boston police officer and or his family. And you're using the girlfriend to cover up their deeds. And you're just not batting an eyelash and you're making fun. I mean, these guys are just, they're brutes, they're grunts, they're ogres. There's no other way I can describe them. And by the way, why are like 30% of all the witnesses who have testified, why are they all bald? Have you all noticed that pattern? Are they all like losing their hair due to stress so they just shave their heads? Is that possible? When you're so rotten to the core, I wonder, I can't help but wonder if there is like a pattern here.
Correct?
Not trying to be
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Oh my God.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
That was
17
a
hours into
beautiful
this
question.
investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr.
The overwhelming amount of evidence in 16 hours? Please.
O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate.
Yep.
She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God, beautiful.
And then
The
Bird
jury heard
decides
it.
to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Damn.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. I'm not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
No.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked?
Look at Yannetti.
That's how you
Yannetti's just ready to like take this guy to town. Oh my god.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Look at Yannetti's face. I've never seen him make that face in court before.
About what you meant.
Look at that face again. Look at that. Look at that face.
Yes.
Look at
You were
Yannetti.
making fun of her
Oh my
at the
god.
time that it leaked. That's how you were
Now
taking
that's
it.
genuine emotion, folks. He's just ready to take Proctor to town. Freeze frame it. Oh my god. Wow. I have never seen Yannetti make that face before. He looks so livid. Wow.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Oh my god.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Yes,
were you
you
aware
were.
that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry.
God, he looks so guilty. He's laying his head low.
All set.
He looks like a lost
sorry.
puppy.
You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
But
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
he's getting all the
On the
meat.
same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
Oh, is it really that bad? I thought we've already gone through the worst, Lally. Like, this part makes you uncomfortable? You don't want the jurors to hear this?
You are unmuted.
Get him, Jackson. Get him.
Without
that-
reference to-
Take that down.
Go ahead, pull it up. Without reference to the specifics of what was
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Again?
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Pulling a
Was there a
switcheroo.
continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
By the way,
Monday-
just a little side note, I can't imagine the amount of information that Jackson has to juggle in his head. I mean, with so many people, so many witnesses, so many players, so many key events, he must have some type of like photographic memory. Maybe not like a full-blown photographic or eidetic memory, but he's got to have like a very, very good memory. Doesn't he? Like, seriously, can you imagine having to deal with a case of this magnitude with like 60 prosecution witnesses? I mean, I see myself doing that one day. I'm not going to lie. Right now, I'm limited to trials somewhere between 1 and 10 witnesses. That's probably my biggest one. I had 10 witnesses. It was a 2-day trial. I was at the beginning of my career. But this is a whole different beast, you know. I'm 36. I got time. I got plenty of time to get there. Jackson is like in his 60s. Although I don't know. This seems to be doing pretty well. The YouTube. It's a lot less stress. I'll tell you that much. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be trying cases in the future. I know I'd be really damn good at it. Anyway, enough of this soliloquy. Sorry about that, folks. Just a little personal moment there, I guess. What do y'all think? Let me know in
You
the comments
indicated
below.
that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, that's
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Oh, well, how sweet. He owned up to them. F you, bro. Not buying it.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection.
Sustained.
He
Proctor,
almost
you ever
answered.
apologize to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Valid questions.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation and this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you
The
testified under
FBI
oath
grand
in
jury.
that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to.
Oh my
That
God.
was,
What
a
did
couple
you
months ago.
say?
So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, that's a valid question. Can you not remember from memory what you said just 3-4 months ago, sir? These people. Can I see the minutes? Can I see the transcript? He's no better than Jennifer McCabe. Which lie was I using this testimony?
Now you need to refresh your recollection? You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Wow.
Would it refresh your recollection
Wow.
if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
I mean, even the court reporter is so uncomfortable. God, look at her. Her face, she's usually kind of like, you know, but today she's just disgusted with this man. She can't even look at him.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished, would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Lally doesn't like something.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
Holy
I
crap.
did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know
Any.
the Alberts? And your answer was, no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't
Oh
have a
my
relationship with
God.
the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And the,
Also, by the way, how many jurors do you all think at this juncture in the testimony, especially when, who was it? Brian Nagel? I think it was Brian Nagel, who accidentally slipped up and said, oh, you mean the Fed investigation? The federal grand jury or something like that? He said the word Fed in open court. I believe that's the day I was there. I believe that's the day I was in court, actually. And I wonder how many jurors are listening to this and like, wait a minute, this guy testified in February of 2024? Well, it could have been related to this case. Maybe it was like a suppression hearing, you know, there's some legal aficionados on the jury, I presume. But I wonder how many of them are going, oh yeah, there was that one kid who said Fed. I wonder if this is like a federal investigator, because like the lead investigator is giving testimony and it's not to us, it's somewhere else, to somebody else. What does that mean? Is he being investigated? There's a lot of questions and not very many answers, especially because you can't give those answers to the jury because they can't know about the federal investigation because that's going to taint the whole case and all that. Unfortunately, that's obvious and that's true.
let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, you know, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have
relations.
been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That
It's
might have been a
true.
good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships with, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did,
Oh my
Trooper
God.
Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie.
No, absolutely not.
There you go.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know the at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't
This
know?
guy's such a
Objection.
weasel.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been
A lie.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
But that's true. That's it. The jury heard it. Move on, Jackson.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
This man makes my skin crawl.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4,
And what was this marked for ID?
this was.
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
Oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment
Okay.
for Proctor to tab 5, please. That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son.
Oh.
Correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
Oh.
I wouldn't say
that's
close
right.
enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
Did you pay
Julie
her?
Albert was among them. Correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
Wow. That's big. Bias.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
By the way, total side note, I don't know if at the time of the premiere of this video we're already going to be there or not, but we are so close to 450,000 subscribers as I'm recording this video and 300 million views, folks. We're going to hit them probably around simultaneously, maybe one just a little bit sooner than the other. Just a little bit of applause. You guys, this is all you guys. You did this, and you sitting on the couch, and you sitting on the chair, and you sitting on the floor, petting your dog, and you giving little chin scratches to your cat. And yes, you eating the Cheetos. Yes, even you, Grandma, eating those Doritos. Every single one of you contributed to the success of this channel, and I just want to take a moment and say thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that you're enjoying this content. Back to the show.
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May
please.
I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the contents of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to
Wow.
tab 5 one more time.
Now he's doing a little ex parte communications, I guess you might call them.
And if you
Outside
turn
the
to page
investigation and not
26,
memorializing them?
77,
I wonder what was said in that phone call. We'll never know. They're in their heads and in the ether.
Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
How did it go with Julie?
In fact,
She
you
was so
responded
nervous.
to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine, just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
What?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it
But
differently.
it's
Were you
true.
reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I mean, come on. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
You just.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You don't need to show this at this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote, "The Canton thing is a homicide." And you wrote, "Don't say a word to anyone." Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, "Of course not." Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Oh. Yeah, that's big.
She then writes, "This is your livelihood," didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Well, it's true.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
Interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as, you got to be kidding me, the Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
These are messages. And again, over and over, it seems like, I'm not sure what she meant. No, I don't know. If he was talking with his buddies, he would be like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I know what she meant. But because he's testifying and he's in the hot seat, every response is like, I don't know what she meant. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that was supposed to imply. I don't know what it was supposed to convey. No, I have no idea. These are your messages with your own bloody sister. You know exactly what she meant. You are just a dishonest, corrupt cop. That's why you're acting this way. So there you have it.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
It's true.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning,
Jury
your
heard
sister
it.
texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's
Well,
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be, Jesus Christ, we know these people?
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
yeah.
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
Generic nothings? Is this guy serious?
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar, I gotta go interview them?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
He's
Is
got
that what
him.
you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Unbelievable. If he's leaking information to her, obviously she talks to these people, so they will know, they'll be privy to all of this other information. Wow.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Meeting?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally
Yeah.
in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Yeah.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
In
So
person?
the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
Oh my god.
The
The long pauses is what does it for me. Like, he's incapable of speaking truth once again. He's just like, how do I answer this in the way that least implicates me? Okay, alright, I think I got it. And then the answer comes out. Watch.
information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone, or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that things that have been newsworthy items that
Oh
have
my god,
gone
the newsworthy coming again.
to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
Did you or did you not know that?
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
It's a valid question.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mrs. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary
Intermediary.
between you
That's what I've been thinking.
and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact,
That's a
at
hell of an
34 Fairview
accusation.
on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before.
By the way, whoa. We just completely jumped from, why does the name not appear? Well, because it didn't matter. No, let me make it clear. Colin Albert is not at the home because he left at 12:10. Follow the narrative, sir. Wow, that's how you know it's calculated. That's exactly how you know it's calculated. Why does specific time that he left? It's part of that general narrative. Colin Albert was not at the home because he's probably one of the perpetrators. They're trying to keep him out of the house as much as possible when he was probably there. Almost certainly.
Anyone from
At
the
this
waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Valid question.
You can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement, or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
If you're trying to find out where someone is, you might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7, Trooper Proctor. Oh,
What is it
I-
for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
And by the way, this is proper questioning. This is exactly how you're supposed to ask. First, you ask a foundational question. Do you remember what's in your notes from October whatever? If the answer is yes, I do, well, then you go straight into questioning. And so you know that because they have a memory of it. Or if they don't remember, well, you are able to refresh their recollection. You show them the notes and you go, does that refresh your recollection? You take the notes back and then you ask the question again. In that interview, October 20 whatever, you asked the question, and this was the answer that was given to you, correct? Yes, or no, or whatever.
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection
There it is.
to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This was day 23 of the Karen Reed trial. We had a total of 31 days of testimony, or maybe 30, and 4 days of deliberation so far by the jury.
Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
He's reading the notes now. From his interview with Julie Nagel. All right, he's done.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does this appear to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
I can't
Introduced
s-
into evidence?
Correct.
I can't stand
An
this man's
objection?
face.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your
Objection.
handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation with the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson.
Oh, did he leave a name out?
Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report,
What?
formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
Oh,
I knew that was a possibility.
oh God. Oh, that's so good.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told you
Zach
that
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize that you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that
Yes.
tracks the location
Yes.
of Ally McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew
What?
of the Life 360 app,
What?
but I wasn't aware of the capability of her
You're
tracking
joking.
her
That's the
daughter.
whole purpose
Did you
of the
bother
app.
to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Ally McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8?
Wow. Oh, he is so uncomfortable.
Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Assisting.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see counsel inside about 15, 20 minutes, Julius. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrate report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Ally were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles?
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may publish. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
You did
That
say
would
that
hurt
you
your
added
case.
to the, quote, list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as a responsible...
And when I say hurt your case, I mean hurt your case in convicting the McAlberts, not helping in convicting Karen Reed, of course. That's why he never got them, because he doesn't need them. He doesn't want them. He wants a conviction on Karen Reed, not the McAlberts, not Colin Albert. He has been so dying to keep outside the house.
You're aware, obviously, as a responsible, as one of your responsibilities, to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Oh. Damn. Burned.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office, so we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, etc. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the
And by the way, why does he have such a giant water bottle with him? That's another thing. Have you noticed, like, both Jennifer McCabe, she had a giant, like, what do you call them, tumblers with her. He's got an entire, like, 2-liter bottle down there. Liars' throats dry up. When you lie, they used to do it as a medieval torture exercise, actually. They would, before somebody would go up to testify, they would give them like a handful of dry rice. They would make them put the rice in their mouth and then take it out and then testify, and no water would be given to these witnesses. So if you're telling the truth, you're going to get saliva. Saliva will be created in your mouth, and your throat and your mouth will be salivated. But if you are lying, then your mouth would be parched and you would be thirsty, and the rice would make you even more thirsty, the dry rice. And so I kind of find it ironic that every 5 minutes he's reaching for that giant water bottle that's supposed to last him for like 3 days of cross-examination. In this case, I think it was 2, but besides the point, he came prepared to be hydrated AF, if you know what I'm saying.
The case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, correct?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson
It's
was
like 9
not
months.
interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Wow.
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran? You
Oh,
testified
and by
under
the way, Lucky was the one that the Commonwealth chose not to call because he was the only witness to this whole incident who's not only not related by blood, marriage, or friendship, he also did not see, as I mentioned just a minute ago at the beginning of this video, he did not see John O'Keefe's body near the house, in front of the house, in the early morning hours of January 29th. That is huge. Let's see what Jackson does with that. Because remember, at this point in the trial, Lucky has not testified yet. The Commonwealth never called him. The government never called him as a witness. The defense had to call him because he's so favorable to the defense. Because he is an unbiased witness. Everyone else, every single person the Commonwealth has called is a biased witness. Every single one. Think about that.
1st, 2022, in the state court grand jury proceeding, that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30, and then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotta testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotta, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Oh, of course not. Doesn't help you.
Michael Trotta testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's sustained.
In reality,
It's a good
Trooper
question,
Proctor,
but it's
you did
objectionable.
not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Bam!
Objection.
Objection, of course.
I'll allow it.
Oh, she's gonna allow it?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning.
There
Is
you
that
go.
right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that
But it is
Lucky
true.
Loughran, in fact, did report that there was no body on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
Oh.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Oh my god, that is huge. It's only when Michael Proctor was informed that, oh, by the way, the defense has their hands on Lucky Loughran, the snowplow driver, who is going to testify, as we now know, that there was no body on the lawn on the early morning hours of January 29th at 34 Fairview. Only then Michael Proctor was like, oh yeah, I guess that did happen. Duh. This guy makes me, like, I want to beat his head against that wooden plank over there. Does that make me a bad person? Does that make me a bad person? I want to beat the crap out of this man? Tell me in the comments, chat. It's just, I am so disgusted by that conehead. I'm sorry.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you? What
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
him.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's
Oh my God, he's looking for words. What a liar.
something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later. Right?
Yes.
Wow. Somebody just laugh in the courtroom?
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Oh, that's a great question. Motive, means, and opportunity.
Yes, and that motive means factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and the McCabe's, right?
Yes.
Objection.
Well,
I'll allow it.
too late. He answered.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest.
More
You were
water.
well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you
Here it
turn to?
comes.
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
Oh,
Same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
uh-oh. Conflict much?
If you could turn to tab 13, please.
This is getting juicier and juicier by the
Your Honor,
minute,
for the
folks.
court's edification, it should be III,
All right, thank you.
then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did
Katie
you tell him that
McLaughlin.
you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Wow.
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview
Holy
at Canton PD, correct?
Yikes.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Correct.
You then answered any time in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered any time in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that
Really?
as a problem because he might, I don't know, take
Share
some
that?
of those interviews and
Yeah.
forward them to his brother?
Yeah.
Objection.
Sustain. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert
Look how
was
guilty he
offering
looks.
to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind.
Liar. Liar. Oh, come on. You and I both know it's true.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording room?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago.
What?
You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That was
No.
your answer, right?
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it. You.
Right. When I said
What?
if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD.
Right.
And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
No.
You don't remember that?
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask a different way.
Oh,
If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room that was offered up?
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
That's not the answer to the question.
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton...
You chose not to record your interviews because you knew if they were going to be saying anything incriminating, you wanted to make sure that there's going to be no trace of that. Didn't you, Trooper Proctor?
The police department was conflicted off the case. You continue to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Kevin. Right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
Well, he
I'll allow
didn't.
it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
What?
Well, let's look at that.
You worked cases together. At least one cold
5
case.
months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
He looks so perplexed. He knows it happened. He just hopes that
Yes, sir.
there's no trace
Do
of
I
it.
have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Well, the whole world is waiting. Do.
It does.
Ah, there we go.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun.
Oh
the
my
next morning,
god.
right?
Objection.
Oh my god.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So
Oh, so the
is
text
it true
line.
that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" and then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is,
Oh, God.
you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether
That's
you just
not the
provided, I don't
question.
I'm
know.
asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
Yeah.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
go.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
Oh,
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together.
Oh my
and
God. He can't answer the question. He can't answer the question. He's too embarrassed because he was drinking and driving in his cruiser. What? What is going on with this place?
Stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
Okay, so you admit it.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, see it.
Nora, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does
Couple
that
of
refresh
those
your
are all
recollection?
it
The
takes
two of
to
you
right
had been
the
out
ship.
drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge, and he couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Oh, all of a sudden, now your memory's refreshed. Now that the damning text messages are straight up in evidence and the jury have seen it. Notice how Trooper Proctor has been tiptoeing around, like, until you get, like right, your claws sunk into him. And you're like, we got you from here till Sunday. Only then does he go, yes, that actually did happen. Up until then, he's like, nope, didn't happen. But we have this text message, nope, don't remember. And then we had this happen, nope, don't recall. And we have this, nope, don't recall. But we got you by the balls, buddy! And he goes, man, okay, you got me. It's so exhausting. This is like a true narcissist at work, folks. A true narcissist at work. It's disgusting.
And you were in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to... At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Oh, are you getting tired, Pooper Proctor? God, I can't stand this man.
If you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That a photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked and admitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, do you see the clothes? First, the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yes.
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants?
Yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
All right. Let me take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? Correct. You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? Correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into your facility
Yes.
at the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area, and then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
Laughable.
As a matter
No
of fact, the
chain of
reason you didn't
custody.
bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that
Yeah.
right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
It's true.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
No.
Yes.
Really?
Where's that physical log?
Where
sir?
is it then?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah.
What?
So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as the case officer, you have no idea. where
Are you
evidence log is.
joking, man? I'm not the evidence officer? Oh, there's a special officer assigned to the evidence department? Are you insane? This is not a movie, dog. When you collect evidence, you keep the chain of custody of the belongings of the things that you're collecting, you monkey. Anything other than that is a lie. Or you didn't do it. In which case, just say you don't have one.
That has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing
Yeah,
Objection.
Sustained.
true.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing
This
items
is insane.
starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately
The
claimed to have been
taillight.
found
Yes.
at that location,
The
correct?
taillight pieces.
Not in all searches.
What?
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
Why does he remember
So
that
who had
well?
control over
So hold
the-
on a second. He can't remember what happened with him and Kevin Albert going out with his drinking buddy, working on a cold case in July of 22, but he can remember exactly the pieces that he found. Pieces of plastic, random pieces of plastic. 8th, 11th, and 18th. Yeah. I remember exactly those because it's fabricated. Because he memorized that stuff, because he knew that would be brought up. Lying scumbag. That's all you are, sir.
Items that were found before the 8th. You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days.
This reminds me very much of Colin Albert's, what time did you leave? 12:10 a.m. And I knew that because I have a clock in my brain and it was exactly 12:10 when I left. Please.
And that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
Well, what happens if the label is created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happened to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Yeah,
Sustained.
but it's true.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Wow.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that
Why
he was
would he be
engaged
an
in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages.
Oh, really?
It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning, and you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll
Oh.
allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well,
What?
you knew he had this flirtatious
Like
relationship
romantic.
with Karen Reed, is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll
No,
allow it.
no objection.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Coaxing.
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Hey. Oh, Judge Bev definitely doesn't like something about this, does she?
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall
Of
a
course
text
you don't.
from
Of
Brian
course you don't
Higgins?
remember anything that doesn't help you in the conviction of Karen Reed. Typical police officer, just lying about anything. I don't remember, I don't recall. Just, scum.
To John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall. Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Yeah.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Stop objecting, Lally.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr.
Yeah,
O'Keefe.
the means
and the
They were
motive.
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
Means.
Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
Yeah.
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean,
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
yeah.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone, is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that
Wow.
on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was
By the
a
way,
call?
notice how Jackson kind of paused there for a minute. He realized he was moving a little too fast and he needed to give the jury just enough time to digest that one fact. Because that was huge. Huge. That he never actually sought a search warrant to search the man's phone. There could have been incriminating evidence there, and he never checked. Why? Brother in blue. Tall blue wall, as Jackson said in his closing very aptly.
Between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Yeah.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depending.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated, what the length of the call was, so.
Right.
But by the way, also notice the jury may not understand. No offense to them, they're not, trained in legal education. They're not trained in. They don't have legal minds. They don't have a legal law degree or anything like that. But the amount of objections that Lally has, that should arise at least a little bit of suspicion, because Jackson is asking really good questions, and I'll grant that at least a couple of them were not proper. But for the most part, he's asking very relevant information, and Lally does not want Trooper Proctor admitting some of these things. So he's trying to do a blanket objection to see if Judge Cannoni will just take his side and exclude the questions that he's objecting to that Alan Jackson is asking. It's really slimy, really sleazy, dirty prosecutorial work, because a lot of these questions are very, very relevant and they're very, very good. But for some reason, they just won't let them. They just won't let them in. It's absolutely unbelievable, folks. Absolutely unbelievable.
And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware
Yes, you do.
of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Come on.
Correct.
There you go. See, was that so hard? Just admit it. Slimy little. Oh.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's a good question.
It
Is it significant?
her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that You were not pleased with that determination.
Looks like one of the jurors dropped something.
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Oh my God.
Of course it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scortibello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Okay, first of all, is this guy really trying to backpedal that he is calling the medical examiner a whack job? And second of all, why does this man have to inject himself with his own personal bloody opinion about every single person who has a part in this case? I mean, can he conduct an unbiased investigation for 5 freaking seconds? Apparently not.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way. right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had
But
a
he just
determined
admitted to
finding
it.
that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a
I
sarcastic
mean, for
remark.
the first time in this trial, we even see Judge Beverly Cannoni. Auntie Bev. Look at her, like, disgruntled face. Like, she is very unhappy with this trooper herself. She even turned her chair in his direction. When was the last time she did that to a witness in this trial? I'm almost impressed with you, Auntie.
Like I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure
Yeah.
rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
Oh, the number of objections from Lally is getting so frustrating.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why
How many
is
murder
that
cases in the history
sustained?
of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question
Oh.
in February of 2024
Uh-huh.
at the
Federal
at
investigation.
another proceeding. And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Oh. So he's lying, prior inconsistent statement, impeaching a witness. Do you need to see it, Mr. Proctor?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
Oh, snap.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Oh my God! What?
I'll allow it. Is that
that
what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What? Are you
What's this for
serious?
identification? Is do
He tried to
I'm just
influence
checking.
her
This is HHH as in hotel.
and coerce her into finding and changing her finding from undetermined of this whack job who can't
Your Honor,
do
for this
her
one, may I
bloody
publish?
job in the way that I want her to do the bloody job and mark it as a homicide for my needs? Hey, woman, fix it. Oh, those darn pesky medical examiner women, they can never get their job right, can they? Arr.
so I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the bait
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Oh, he needs a sip of water, by God.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a minute,
sorry,
please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got
Okay.
it? Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Oh my
Yes.
God. Rookie move, not going into a meeting with the medical examiner and getting that homicide determination. Basically saying, oh, Trooper Proctor, all you had to do was go in when she was doing her investigation and being like, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Mark it as a homicide. I think I know who did it. Rookie move. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just like one nightmare after another.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
Oh.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response,
We
correct?
laid out the entire case for her, and this stupid whack job, as they called her, still can't give us what we want. Like, what is wrong with her? That's what they were saying. Everybody knows this now. Good grief.
Yes.
You were explaining
How
how
can
much
you talk about
effort
people
you
like
went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
It's true.
No, not at all.
Liar.
DeChico then responds, not good enough.
Not good
Should have
enough.
had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yep.
Yes, that was his response.
Another cop.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind
Oh.
to make it a homicide, right?
Oh.
That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide, an overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right.
Yeah, but not in this case because she's a web
response to
job and she gave you an undetermined
Getting
answer.
the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Oh, so finally he admits. Finally, because up until this point he would not admit he's talking about her. Now he finally admits, oh, it was just sarcasm. Oh, don't worry about it, buddy. Oh, I was just being sarcastic. Oh, you know us cops, we're always making fun of defense attorneys and we insult crime, people who have allegedly committed crimes, and we use horrendous words against people we want to throw under the bus, whom we don't care about, who are not part of the McCabe or Albert family. Oh, you know us. We're just joking around about medical examiners who are not giving us what we want. Come on, guy. Just let us do our job, guy. Please.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
Yep.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case,
Karen
correct?
Reed looks
that
so
it was
displeased.
not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yep. That's exactly what was happening.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge him. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
Oh.
Right?
Correct.
Wow.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Oh.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God! Yes! 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 That is how you make a case cut and dry. You charge the girl no matter what. Who cares about the termination? Who cares about the facts? Who cares about the evidence? You don't have the evidence, plant it. You don't have the facts, make them up. You don't have the interviews, just conduct them willy-nilly. 18 months after the fact. Doesn't matter. We got the girl, that's all we want. Moving on. Thank you, Mr. Proctor. Jeez, I can't call him officer or trooper. He's a mister to me. Barely a mister. I'll just call him Michael. If I ever had the chance, I'd just be like, Mike. What's up, Mike? He disgusts me. He's a disgusting individual, and he is an absolute disgrace to the badge.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Look at how guilty he looks. Look at that. You decided this is what you're going to do. And rather than going like, absolutely not, he's just like, because he knows that's exactly what happened. He looks like a guilty puppy dog. Like in the reference that I made in a previous episode, if you remember. Did you eat the biscuit, Bruno? That's what he looks like. He looks like Bruno who ate the biscuit when nobody was looking.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Sallyport extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted?
Not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning...
no.
what is that?
So where it says deleted, I just didn't look because it's not helpful to my case? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Sallyport report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
You missed something?
So, as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Wow. So other than doing an incomplete investigation, you're also turning a willful blind eye to the real facts of this case of the Sallyport extraction by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You know, this is probably one of the most corrupt cops. He's up there with Mark Forman. He is the 21st century's Mark Forman. Straight up. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important
Yeah.
to find out whether or not
Yeah.
that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
You're the lead investigator, bro.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Wow.
Were you concerned
This is
that if
powerful.
you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
Oh.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Sallyport report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone abstraction on it.
And by the way, isn't he lying? Unless someone else handled the phone, like he's saying, I believe Jennifer McCabe herself admitted openly in open court under oath that before turning her phone over, she asked if she can delete her own private conversations with her children, to which the police officer was like, yeah, sure, of course. You're more than permitted to delete your own personal conversations with your children, which is probably where all the incriminating evidence was hiding in the first place. But the police officer that she inquired said openly, yeah, you can delete it. She asked them, yeah, you can delete it. And they told her she can delete it. So either he's lying or he doesn't know, which I don't believe. So the conclusion is he's lying about
You
something.
were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was.
Oh,
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes earlier.
huge.
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
By the way, for the record, that is beautiful defense work right there. Did you ever seek to correct the false statement that you made in your report? He's stating facts. It was not 5:30. You wrote 5:30. It was actually 4:16, like you just testified 5 seconds ago. Did you ever take any effort? Did you ever make any effort to correct the error, the falsity, the falsehood in your report? The lie is what he wants to say, but it's too early for that. We may get there. Let's keep watching.
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Incorrectly transcribed the times. I'm sorry, it was an innocent mistake, counselor. An innocent mistake, please.
David I had written, and then as
Look at Karen.
continue to write other search warrants, I use that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
It was just an incorrect.
And also notice how Alan Jackson is counting on his fingers. He showed about 7. So 7 times. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. The jury saw it and they felt the energy. The 7 that Alan Jackson portrayed to the jury feels like Michael Proctor just kept reiterating the same time over and over and over again. The same wrong time over and over and over again. Very important. Very, very important.
Transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
Call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It's good that he kind of broke it down, Alan Jackson did. Oh, it was a typo. Oh, okay. So it was a typo in the entirety of the time. The 4, the 1, and the 6, the 5, the 3, and the 0. It wasn't like a 5:14 to 4:14. You know, that would be like, okay, you put the 4 instead of a 5, and then you screwed something up. You know, that would be more akin to a typo. What he did is not a typo, folks. That was not a typo. And he knows it. And now the jury knows it. Everybody in the courtroom, you could see the smiles in the Karen Reed camp, as well as Alan Jackson confirming the same.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34th Ferry, to the crimes, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
you do.
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders?
Yes.
Oh man, the Nuremberg defense. I was just following orders. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just following orders. This guy.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but two barracks. One in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
I just can't get over the fact how guilty Michael Proctor just looks on the witness stand. I mean, forget the testimony. That's already incriminating enough for him. The whelp face, the looking down and the puppy dog eyes, the looking down afterwards. Yes. Pay attention to that. I mean, that is huge. Body language gives us away when we're lying. And with him, it is just so clear and so easy to detect. It's like the man doesn't know how to cover up a lie. Now, Brian Albert, different story. If you ever watched Brian Albert's testimony that we did not cover separately on this channel, Brian Albert is an excellent liar. You could tell that he has killed before. This is not his first rodeo. He has covered up lies before. Very, very deep, dark lies. You can tell just by looking at him. Michael Proctor is a bit newer to the game, to the lying and killing and covering up killings game. So he's having a little bit more trouble. And you can tell, I mean, just in this freeze frame, he just looks so defeated. He looks like he just wants his mommy and he wants to go home. He does not want to be in that room. He just needs to go through the motions and he knows it and he wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. This is day 2 of his cross-examination. It started the previous day, for those of you who've been following the series along. And he's just done. He's completely cooked. He just wants his mommy, he wants his bottle, and he wants to go home.
And you're aware that Sallyport is about 3 minutes on 34th Fairview?
Yes.
There it is again. The looking down, the whelp face, because he knows that he could have taken the car to another Sallyport. Instead, he specifically chose the Canton PD Sallyport because why? Allies are there. Allies that can be trusted, that I can use in this cover-up, who are not going to rat me out, who are not going to ask any questions, who are part of this whole ordeal, who are not going to be inquiring, who are not going to be asking any questions.
There it is. Trooper Proctor, you're the lead case officer on this case. That means that you are required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's distinct.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300?
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
Hostility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cass's Corner Store, right?
There's those sirens again.
Videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using reef blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
I'm confused.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage
Ah.
that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage
What?
was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh my God, the FBI investigation. Ah, although he can't say it, although Alan Jackson can't say it. Basically, I mean, this would be the bombshell in this jury trial if you could say it out loud. Basically, the question is this. Mr. Proctor, you withheld Sallyport video from us because you knew we wouldn't suspect that you had it because you didn't turn it over. It's not memorialized anywhere. It's not written anywhere. And it was not until the FBI investigation that you were like, oh, you know what? We might want to turn that over. If he could say those words, that would probably clinch the case for Karen Reed. But unfortunately, you can't say it like that because then the jury will be tainted by the fact that, oh, the feds are on this. Well, clearly Karen Reed is innocent. It's kind of like when you have you're being charged with a third offense DUI. The jury doesn't get to find out it's a third offense until they find your client guilty. They find your client guilty on a first offense because if they knew this is his third rodeo or her third rodeo, they're simply going to go, oh, well, clearly they're guilty. The jury's going to be biased. Why? Because, well, they have a couple of priors. This means they probably did it again. Same thing here. If the FBI is investigating, well, clearly there's something going on, so she's probably innocent. Otherwise, the FBI wouldn't be digging into this. So it's very unfortunate that Alan Jackson cannot ask that question directly as much as he wants to, but he can paint it as close as possible to the jury that you didn't turn that video over until you were kind of forced to do it. Were you? Now, I don't know how much that means to the jury, unfortunately. Maybe we'll find out if we get some interviews from some of the jurors.
You were questioned about it, and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage, and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
What about the interior? I'm confused.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looked sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes. Right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question. Are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to
But are you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video, and then another, Sergeant Bukiek and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle.
He's having so much trouble answering in open court because he knows he's nailed to the wall. So what he's doing, Mr. Proctor, is he's dragging this out. He's trying to add time and fluff and emptiness to kind of make it seem not as bad as it really is. It's a terrible tactic, but it's the only thing he's got.
Right? And there were testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video?
And he's, as a narcissist and a manipulator, he's talking about two things at the same time while knowing Alan Jackson is talking about one thing. He knows Alan Jackson is talking about the inside. He's not talking about the outside. But he's like, yeah, the outside. Yeah, the outside of the... No, that's not what I asked you. We're talking about the inside. Oh, the inside. No, I don't remember that. Can you ask? It's like... He's just dragging it out to make it seem a lot less than it is. Because if he simply answers like, yes, that's what I said. Yes, that's what happened. Well, then it'll be quick and easy to figure out, wow, this guy is a lying sack of crap. Whereas now it's like, well, he's just really thick. Maybe he didn't understand the question by Mr. Jackson. Well, maybe he wasn't quite clear on the response that he was supposed to give. I mean, that testimony was in February. That was about 4 months ago. Maybe he just doesn't remember. These guys are trained to scramble your brains as the listener. And this is a perfect example of that scrambling at work by Mr. Proctor.
The Sallyport. Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time, in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time. Right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Oh my God.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that's questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Yep.
Objection.
It's fact.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video.
Needs a sip of water.
I do.
Probably a dry throat from all the lies.
In that testimony, not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
There you go.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived 5:30, 5:31, right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360-odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
What? Then who turned it over, didn't turn it over? Obviously, it wasn't turned over. Again, wishy-washy language. I'm not aware of that. There's a lot of us who work here. Maybe someone else didn't. It's not my job to turn everything over at anyone's request. I mean, this guy may look dumb, but he knows exactly what he's doing. And it's disgusting. I can barely look at this man anymore. I can't wait for this series to finally come to a conclusion so I don't have to look at this egghead anymore. But I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying every second of this doofus trying to wiggle his way out of every question. He's almost like the male version of Jennifer McCabe, wouldn't you say? By the way, speaking of, I also have the Jennifer McCabe series. If you have not checked that out yet, oh my God, that is a doozy.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing
Oh my God.
2 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? Why?
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? Why? Okay, wait. Hold on. This is a valid question. Did you review the video? Yes. Did you notice that it jumps from 5:08 to 5:50? Objection. Over what? What's the basis? There is no basis.
I'll see you at sidebar if you want.
Okay. We're doing a sidebar. Here we go.
You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that will show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump.
Okay, there we go. Was that so hard? That was a legitimate question. Lally was just blowing smoke. He knows he's got nothing. He knows it hurts his case. And at the sidebar, Jackson won the objection. That is clear, because he asked the exact same question verbatim. And that is a good question.
42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confused. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
Of course not.
I believe...
Oh, so now it's like, who is going to be thrown under the bus? Who is going to be thrown under the bus? Detective, drum roll, please.
Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Tully received it from an unnamed entity, the Canton Police Chief. He does not name him.
I believe so. The Canton Police Chief?
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That was...
Make the request?
I did not.
Welcome to bureaucracy, folks. I received it from Tully, who received it from Rafferty, but we don't know if he's the one who extracted it. And they just punt the ball. Whoever catches it, like, nope. It's like playing a game of hot potato. It's like, nope, not me. Hey, how about you? Yep, nope, not me.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By who?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started. Mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't Yeah, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tull, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay. So when was the first time you saw it?
2 weeks ago? Month ago?
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right?
Yes.
That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were several individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and then walked out at Sallyport, right?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way. Or it skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay. And you're holding
It skips.
that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
That's a good excuse to deleting footage. The video skips. Sometimes people just appear out of thin air, you know, like the video skips, you know, the video skips. Yeah.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
The fact that it's inverted, maybe?
So the timestamp at the bottom was inversed. It was like reversed.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
What? Did he watch a different video?
Just followed the line.
Yes.
So the
What?
video you saw at a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
About the video itself. Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle's brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday to
What?
watch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, was reversed, the car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out, from the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Did somebody flip the video for him when he was watching it, but didn't do it for the jury? Because the jury watched an inverted video, if you remember Sergeant Buchanan's testimony. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Were you watching video that was produced at this trial?
Yes.
Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, he wasn't. He's gonna say no.
Evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct.
No, it's not.
Of course not.
That timestamp was inverted.
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon.
Oh, wow, folks. Absolutely wow. I mean, this is one of those cases where I am looking at this and I'm going, what on earth is happening here? This guy is such a thickie, but I'm telling you, folks, there is something just barely underneath the surface. He knows exactly what is happening. He knows exactly what he needs to say in order to get away with it. He knows exactly how he needs to approach the situation in order to paint himself and the department and all his buddies in the best possible light. And he's doing it, and he thinks he's getting away with it, and maybe to some jurors he is, but I guarantee you the majority of the jurors and nearly all of the public, other than people who support the police no matter what, under any circumstances, we know who you are. You know who you are. He looks like a slime bag. He looks like a lying bag of you fill in the blank. Okay, so I hope you all enjoyed this. We are going to be pausing this series. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot remaining, but this series will probably be concluded at the end of July because we're gonna be in New Mexico tomorrow. Chandler is going to be in the courtroom. I'm going to be streaming from the hotel room, and hopefully we'll maybe catch her on camera a few times. Court TV is the one with the cameras inside the courtroom. Tomorrow is pretrial motions in the Alec Baldwin manslaughter case. And we're really excited, folks. Jury selection starts Tuesday. July 8th, pretrial motions. July 9th, jury selection. July 10th, opening statements. Let's go. Bye, everybody. All videos that could potentially 100% immediately exonerate Miss Karen Reed are gone, missing, deleted. Who benefits from those videos disappearing? Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Raw Law Unfiltered with your host, the DUI Guy Plus. Folks, it's been a very, very long time since we dove into this particular topic. We are going to dive right back in to your favorite cross-examination of the slimiest, sleaziest, dirtiest cops of all time. Well, maybe since Mark Forman from the OJ trial. I don't know. There are some prevailing theories out there. But folks, I have been gone a very long time. I have went to the Alec Baldwin trial. I have went to vacation. And now I am finally back. We are going to restart this series. We are going to finish up Mr. Michael Proctor on cross-examination by none other than Alan Jackson in the Karen Reed trial of Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. A case which is still not over, by the way, because we are still trying to figure out if the judge is going to accept the jurors' decisions on counts 1 and 3. Remember, counts 1 and 3, we have several affidavits from jurors, sitting jurors who have absolutely unequivocally stated they were unanimously not guilty. The only one they were hung on was number 2, but Judge Canoni never asked. Auntie Bev never asked the question. Are you hung on all 3 charges, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? The question was never asked. Why? Because she knew what the answer was probably going to be and she didn't want to hear it. So, here we are. Alan Jackson is going to continue in this series cross-examination of Mr. former trooper Michael Proctor, since he's now been relieved of his duties. For those of you who have not been following the news, welcome to the real world. He finally has been relieved of his duties. After we finish Michael Proctor, folks, we are also going to dive into bribe Brian Higgins and Yuri Buchanan. I mean Bukaki. Sorry, I apologize for mispronouncing his last name. Yuri Bukaki is up next. Brian Higgins, those two. And whoever you want me to do next after those two, I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy to entertain. Just let me know and I will cover it. So we have Jennifer McCabe and her husband Matthew McCabe. They're both on my channel. If you have not seen them, go watch because they're amazing. So this series we're going to finish up. There should be about maybe 11, 12, no more than 13 episodes in the Michael Proctor. And then, of course, Yuri Buchanan and Brian Higgins. Those are coming up next. Like I said, in the comments below, let me know who you want me to do after I'm done with those. So without further ado, let's dive right back in where we stopped. This is day 23, 3 months ago, June 12, 2024, in Boston, Massachusetts.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Triple Proctor, before we broke, we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already...
By the way, for the record, notice how uncomfortable Michael Proctor is looking. I mean, we've covered this before. We've talked about this time and time again. But pay attention to his body language. He is slumped over. He keeps like, you know, hanging his head down. It's very minor, but if you pay attention, it is quite noticeable and quite peculiar. I mean, we know why, but at the time, we had a suspicion. You can see the guilt in his eyes. I mean, even in this one little freeze frame right here, he just looks to be on the defensive. He is not a police officer who's done a good job and is proud of his work. Now, again, this is after he already admitted to the text messages. This is after he already admitted that he has been searching for nudes. This is after he has admitted all sorts of incriminating things. And when I say incriminating, I mean incriminating himself, not Karen Reed. And all of that taken together, you can understand his behavior, but you will see his behavior continues and manifests itself and continues in the same fashion of manifesting itself as someone who's feeling very vulnerable and guilty. Good.
Testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone, is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring
Which means,
app.
Some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him.
I'm wondering if Alan Jackson has an ace up his sleeve, basically trying to throw Trooper Proctor off to where the notes are about to contradict the actual evidence of the video. I don't think he has it, if memory serves. If you all remember, right when this was happening, I just got COVID. Chandler and I just got back from California, and there was even a day when she was still catching up to me. I was sick as a dog, and she was watching the trial sometime in mid-June, right when this was happening, right when Trooper Proctor was on the stand. Because I was supposed to be in the courtroom that Thursday, I think June 13th or whatever it was. And unfortunately, I never made it because, of course, I was sick. However, I do remember very distinctly that I don't think there was evidence specifically showing that Trooper Proctor deleted the video. They tried to pin it on him, but there were no notes contradicting. We're about to find out. I don't think there were any notes contradicting that fact. But maybe since some more information has come to light, I mean, it has been 3 months already. And I wonder where the FBI is in all of this, too. I wonder how deeply entrenched they are, because they're kind of sitting on the sidelines still watching since the case is not over yet, which is kind of interesting.
Tim, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
He looks nervous. He's drinking a lot of water. Maybe
Do
he's
you recall
afraid.
exactly,
Maybe he's afraid that Alan Jackson has something? I don't know.
as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
What was that look about? He gave him a glance. Now he
Trooper
looks
Proctor, do
happy.
you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
I think that little smirk that he had was relief that it's nothing too devastating, like he's fine. That's what I would say.
Yes.
All right. You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the Ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually
That's pretty
June 1.
devastating. He's trying to make it look like it's not that big a deal. It was an estimate. He believes. It's not like a timestamp on a video that he allegedly deleted. Now, that would be something. If Trooper DeChico wrote, I watched the ring cam video and it shows Ms. Karen Reed arriving, and now it contradicts Trooper Proctor, I mean, that would have been an absolute monster. But unfortunately, we don't have that.
Memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
You can see how nervous he is and how hard he's swallowing.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. Not every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Punch around the email.
You don't know if you brought your own bloody report into court on the day of trial? Come on, dude.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
Boom.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So basically, all videos that could potentially 100% immediately exonerate Miss Karen Reed are gone, missing, deleted. Who benefits from those videos disappearing? The Commonwealth. Who was in control of those videos? The Commonwealth. Who was in possession of those videos? The Commonwealth. Who would benefit from their disappearance? The Commonwealth. Who would benefit from their deletion? The Commonwealth. There seems to be a common thread here, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
At some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't waive that. What was he waiving?
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Because I deleted it.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's
Was
a
she
fair
treated
question.
differently?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, with an open mind.
Did you consider her to be...
Did you just say you followed the facts and the evidence with an open mind? After you were joking about Karen Reed hiring a lawyer and making fun of that lawyer? Do you guys remember that? If you don't, go back to I think it was a couple videos ago in this series. He was like, oh yeah, she hired this guy.
for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton?
No, not at all.
Not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of
It's true.
hatred for Miss Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we follow the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed
Dodging.
hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that, and I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
Okay, finally we have an admission. At times I got emotional. When you're doing your job, you should take the emotions out of it. If you can't, then have someone else take your place. If you insist on staying put, that means you have a personal vested interest. And we know that because you're buddy-buddy with Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and Yuri Buchanan and the rest of the crew.
Matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Miss Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today.
Yeah, let's go. Let's
Is that
do
right?
it.
On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
Oh, he's excited.
It's either the bait stamp or the...
What did I say now?
This is Foxtrot. And the bait stamp is 2526.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, I didn't give my.
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
2526, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. We're not taking anything down for you guys. Courtney Proctor, who is Michael Proctor's sister, says, I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning Michael Proctor. So Courtney was going somewhere doing something, but she did not give her name up because she doesn't want everybody to know that, oh, by the way, the guy investigating the whole darn thing, yeah, that's my brother. And first of all, is there an admission that there was a bad, quote-unquote, drunken tragedy inside the house? She means that everybody was drunk and they accidentally killed John inside the house, and they're like, oh, what do we do now? And then to reply with so callously, so heartlessly, yeah, let's hope she unalives herself so this thing doesn't get drug up for this family. Basically, she takes the fall and we'll call it a day. That is sick. That is sick.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one. Or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself.
Oh, it was Michael.
Correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
What? Oh my God.
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die. Correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted
What?
her, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself.
No.
Right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Loosely.
Chris L, loosely.
Yes.
Julie L, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fact. Look again. Look at the guilt on his face. Oh my God! Look at the guilt on his face. Oh, he looks so guilty.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
It's true.
Where is this?
Previous
This
text
was
message.
referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Friends wrote this whole thing, in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die out of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
This is where we last left him. It was just a figure of speech. I hope that she understands herself. Just a figure of speech. I didn't mean anything by it.
Talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Her
Fact.
balloon knot, right?
Fact.
Yes.
No ass.
Fact.
Correct?
Yes.
She's according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits, right?
Correct.
And then fuck, correct?
Correct.
Damn, that's heavy. When you say it like that.
Would you agree,
I love it.
Trooper Proctor, that you
Calling
have
him out.
dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your
Completely.
investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
It's true.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
She knows.
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true. Jury
And Trooper
heard it.
Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack, in your words, who you hope just kills herself. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
Oh, she
Mr.
knows.
Lally?
She knows what he's doing. She knows exactly what he's doing, and it is perfect. The jury heard it. The jury understands it. Alan just basically gave him a TLDR version of Michael Proctor's agenda and Michael Proctor's state of mind and the way of thinking. That's all it is. That's all he did. He hasn't done anything magical or magnificent or fabricated. He simply used the exact same words that Michael Proctor used to describe Karen Reed in his own words back to the speaker. Where's the problem? Where's the issue? Oh, I know the issue because Auntie Bev, the prosecutor, Michael Proctor, they're all in the same bed and the same boat together in this corrupt city of Dedham, Massachusetts. And as a result of that, they're all just trying to cover for each other to make sure that Alan Jackson does as poor a job as they can possibly make him do. That's obvious. Okay, fine, whatever. But I think Alan did a phenomenal job creaming this former police officer. I keep calling him police officer because at the time he was still a cop. But now he is former Trooper Proctor, no longer current. And he's still under investigation, and we still have the FBI on this. So there is a lot still going on. We are now at the recross back to Alan Jackson. Still, Michael Proctor is on the witness stand, and this probably will be the last episode. So buckle up, folks. Let's enjoy the finale.
Your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a
Objection.
Fact.
right?
Based on the evidence, sir, my motions got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her.
So if your emotions have gotten the best of you, then you should have stepped off the case, because that means that this case is not an appropriate case for Mr. Michael Proctor. This is a case for somebody else. Why did you insist on continuing to investigate even though your emotions are getting the better of you? You should have talked to your superiors and been like, listen, I'm getting a little hot-headed over this case. You should probably pass this case off to somebody else. Oh, we know why you didn't do that, because you're buddy-buddy with Brian Albert and the whole crew. You wanted to be on that case. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. It's like the same vibes, you know? Unfortunately, we didn't get a moment like we did in that movie, A Few Good Men, for those of you who don't know. Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. Oh, phenomenal movie. Absolutely phenomenal. We didn't get the, you ordered the code red, you damn right I did moment in this case. That would have been something. But Alan Jackson tried. He tried very, very well, and there were moments when I thought he was going to get it, but of course, Trooper Proctor is too smart to be caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Now, he definitely has been caught with his hand opening the cookie jar, but we don't have him actually taking the cookie out yet in evidence. But it's coming. If it's not already here, it's coming.
A whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's right?
that's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time.
I love Alan Jackson's snarkiness, by the way, how he just kind of like talks back at the judge, because he knows he is in the right. He knows that he can get this stuff in, but when you get a corrupt judge, you're not going to get all the information that you want into the record. It's literally like 3 against 1. I mean, yes, David Yannetti is sitting over there, but he can only do so much. It's literally Lally, Auntie Bev, and Proctor, all 3 of them ganging up, and he has to fight all 3 of them. He has to fight Trooper Proctor's answers. He has to fight Lally's objections. He has to fight Auntie Bev's rulings, which sometimes, once she rules, I mean, that's it. You can't, there's only so much you can do. It really helps when you're a defense attorney, when you have a judge that is like on your side, that is helpful to you, that is at least listens to you. I think if they had a good judge in this case, this would have never made it to trial. The judge would have looked at the evidence and said, there is 0 evidence that a vehicle struck a person, and I am not going to let this case proceed to a jury trial because it will not survive a motion for a directed verdict. I will dismiss this case, Mr. Prosecutor or Ms. Prosecutor, but because of the level of corruption in Dedham, because of the level of conspiracy between the government agents all involved in Dedham, Massachusetts, we ended up where we are here today. It's mind-boggling. Whereas Will Ferrell once said, it's mind-bottling, like your mind just in a bottle.
You believed personally that your narrative was that she hit him with a car. You get to talk about her leaky, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Miss Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
But Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else? All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you,
You
Your
are
Honor.
all set.
Thank you, jurors.
Proctor. She just loves this phrase. Did you just thank the jurors? Wait a minute.
All set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
You can't even make eye contact with him when he's saying thank you, jurors. Wow. Yeah, because he knows. He knows they can't stand his mug. His ugly mug. Oh my god. I don't know how after that day, for the last 3 months, Trooper Proctor was able to like walk the streets of Massachusetts, of anywhere in the world where he would be recognized, and not feel ashamed. Not feel like an immense sense of guilt and shame of what kind of monster he is and how despicable his behavior has been throughout his investigation of the Karen Reed case and throughout his treatment of Karen Reed throughout the case itself and the investigation. How do you not go inside the house, man? Like Alan Jackson just said, you are the pointy end of the spear. You are the lead investigator on a murder. Don't you investigate every nook and cranny? Oh, by the way, we just want to go inside the house just to make sure that there's, you know, just to make sure there's no evidence of anything, you know, opening the door, walking in like, hey, there's a blood splatter on the floor. Do you mind if we just test that for DNA? I'm curious. I mean, oh, no, it's just our dog got injured, so there's a little bit of blood. Like, no problem. We'll just test to make sure that it's not animal DNA. If it is, then fine. But if it's human DNA, and if somehow it gets linked to John O'Keefe, we just want to make sure, if you guys don't mind. Oh yeah, we do mind. Please get the F out of our house. You're not investigating in here. Oh, okay. No, you're my friend. Okay, no, of course. No, I won't be investigating. You're right. Okay. I won't investigate inside the house. I'll never step foot inside the house. You're the lead investigator, and you are so biased, and you are so connected to these families. You're so connected, in fact, you couldn't even admit it in open court. You couldn't even admit it in open court, and that is just beyond anything and everything. I am disgusted. I am personally disgusted for this man. I am embarrassed. I have like secondhand embarrassment for this man. But yeah, this is going to conclude the Trooper Proctor series, actually a lot quicker than I anticipated. I thought there was a little bit more for some reason to do maybe even another episode on, but hey, it is what it is. Jennifer McCabe has about 11 episodes. Trooper Proctor now has 10 episodes. Next, probably going to do either Brian Higgins or Yuri Bukaki. I keep mispronouncing his name for some reason. And then Tully. We can also do Tully. Oh my goodness. Don't forget to comment below as to whom I should do next. Okay? Don't forget to comment below on who I should do next, because we need to start a new series, and I'm chomping at the bit. I'm probably gonna do Yuri Buchanan next, just because he is so vile. Maybe not more so. I don't know. It's almost like a competition between these douches. Who is more vile, Proctor or Bukaki? You know, I don't know. But then we also have Tully, we have Higgins. Write down in the comments below whom you want me to do next, and I will probably consider it. And the one that gets voted up the most will probably be up next after Yuri Buchanan. So buckle up, folks. It is the law. I hope you all enjoyed this. I hope you all learned something, and I will see you all in the next video. So what did it feel like for you to be the jury sitting on this case and listening to this man testify? Imagine you were on the first jury in the first trial in June of 2024. What do you think you would think about this man? Would you forgive him? Would you excuse his behavior? Would you allow it? Would you disallow it? Would you be afraid that everything he touches turns to salt? You tell me. Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel, of course, if you haven't already, so you get more of this great content. And I'm going to continue cranking these videos out. I love every single one of you. Call us if you need us. 1-844-774-HURT. 1-844-774-HURT. Peace and love. Bye, everybody.